Good morning, Discord. Good morning, YouTube, TikTok, X, Instagram, all the rest. Let's get into it. Okay, so this morning, look at this candle. Look at this candle here. We had a... What is this? Let's look at it on the 5-minute chart. I think it was like a 20-point move in one candle. In 5 minutes, 20 points. Let's see what they want to do here. Let's let the opening... Let's let it play out for a little bit. Now we do have the 5 underneath the 200 MA. So that's a significant thing. So let's let these early candles play out. Let's see what they want to do. It's going to be volatile right now. Trade light or just take your time. Now we see a grab of liquidity possibly. Let's just let it play out a little bit. We'll see what they want to do underneath 654.79. All right, before we get started, do not consider this financial advice. Trading stocks involve risk. The owner of the channel, the traders that appear in the broadcast, and their affiliate companies are not liable for any losses inflicted in relation to its content. Once you're done reading that, go to lastbuytrading.com. I'll get you sorted. Now look, a lot of movement has happened. A lot of movement has happened. The market needs time to absorb this. So let's see what we want to do. Already we can see a little pattern playing out. Let's see what happens. All right, so remember, the official bear market is when we have price, followed by the 5, followed by the 20, and then the 200. So whenever that happens, we're officially in the bear market. I wanted to see if they're going to grab more liquidity off the 5. We're going to look for maybe put entries underneath 54.79. Something like this. We'll see if the opportunity presents itself. Above the 5, but measure risk to reward because the 200's right here. Yeah, we see that bounce off that off this red ranger right here. So now, you know, on the daily we see the 200 and the 5 converging. So it's gonna be pop quiz. Why will it be volatile right here at the 200 and the 5? Pop quiz. I wish it was like that. That would be nice if it was like that. The answer is because there's so many orders on the 200. There's so many orders on the 5. These are levels of high liquidity. So when they're converging like this is what happens. You're seeing the market trying to shake out who's putting more, calls or puts. So because of that, I mean, you can see the volatility. Now, I don't know if I've ever seen, well, in the time I've been doing this, I don't know if I've ever seen a 20.5 minute candle. Really, this one candle from 43.52 to 66.81. I don't know that I've ever seen, oh wait, the one candle, let's see, to 64. I don't know if I've ever seen, morning Mr. Ramos, I don't know if I've ever seen one 5-minute candle like this. And if that's not a momentum candle, then it should be, right? It should be, but you know what? We gotta see what they want to do. And I think the reason why it may not, it could not be, the only reason why it could not be is because of the Straits of Hormuz, you know, everything going on in the news. Everything going on in the news, you know, I still think that the market needed a correction. It needed a pullback. It couldn't just go up forever in one direction. So it's healthy to have a pullback. But now if we have a pullback accompanied with uncertain times as far as oil futures and things of this nature and energy costs, you know, there's a couple things, there's a couple factors now we got to worry about. So let's look for underneath 654. I know it seems like a bit away, but you know, this area between 54.79 and 61.93, there's nothing really to do. And also, you know, we have our major liquidity right here. Not every day is a trading day. That might be today, but let's give it a second. Let's give it a second. I think we're gonna find some opportunity. You know, essentially we might have just a very big lick box right here. Let's give it some time. We need time today. We don't need to risk any money. I mean, we're gonna risk money, but we don't need to look for unnecessary risk. Let's wait for the clean, proper setup. We're gonna look for above, like this. inside here is going to be rough. I'm just going to clean this up really quick so I can do some work. Time to get to work. On the 5, we're above the water. On the 30, we're technically still below the water. On the 1, we're below the water. But we're right back to market open right now, so let's give it a little bit of time today. We're going to look for an entry on calls above 61.93 and puts below 54.79. Now remember, a lot has happened in pre-market. We need to let this settle out. They need to figure out what they want to do here. I have another key level at 66.82. All right, we're back at the 5, so I want to see if they want to tag the 5 to grab liquidity. Maybe if they want to continue down, or if we break and retest above the 200. This is just chop. There's no market structure here. This is actual chop. Let's take a look at that 30. Yeah, so we're still in this green. You see this green? We're still in this green until we're not. This looks like the stop hunt down here because it broke the green, so it looks like maybe a stop hunt right here. But we're still in this green until we're not. But 20 points in one 5-minute candle, I don't know if I've ever seen that. All right, so if they want to head down, we want to look for this. The liquidity grab off the 5, and then something like that. But this is we're back at market open. So I think inside this liquidity box here, there's probably nothing to do. If they want to head up today, we have to watch out for some, you know, this volatility in purple. Something like that for the up. I think if they wanted to head down, it'll be a little cleaner, but the up is probably going to be like this. Yeah, back on market open. Nothing to do here. I just see chop. I don't see any, you know, any real market structure. I just see chop right here. You know, I think at minimum we want to see if the 5 minute, if the legs get underneath the water, or if it forms a weak bull. Or excuse me, if this finishes out as a weak bear. We also want to test to see if this purple gets us to 54.79. All right, still at market open. So if you didn't take any trades, good on you. You didn't miss a thing. Again, there's no structure here. This is just chop. All of this is just chop. There's nothing really here. And we're very close to the 5. We're very close to the 200. This volatility is expected. And then even if we do get an entry, expect your entry to get, you know, retracement right back into maybe a couple candles back in, you know, back into retracement. So for example, let's say you want to go in for a put, you took your put around here, you know, expect the next candle to go back up into the last candle before it heads down. That's all I'm saying. You have to have that type of expectation whenever you see the price action like this. All right, we're seeing a bit of resistance at 59.56. I'm just going to clean this up really quick. If they want to break this, it has to be a very strong candle, which should go at least to the 5. We need to see if they want to grab liquidity from the 5 in whichever direction, right? Because we're at the 5 now. Now we're at the 5. Now we want to see what they want to do. But look, the 200's right here. So it's right here. All right, the 5 tested. Now, I would assume that this momentum candle squeezed a whole bunch of shorts. I would assume a whole bunch of shorts got squeezed out on this candle. So, you know, we could see, here's the squeeze candle. Now the market's settling out the orders, right? Because everyone has to now cover their position. So we need to see if this squeeze candle was enough to stop out everybody. And remember, there's going to be a lot of orders at the 5. There's going to be even more orders at the 200. I'm gonna leave this blue here for a little bit. It doesn't mean anything. I'm just leaving it there. Just give it a second. So we always need data, but the data we're getting right now is inconclusive. All we know is we're in this purple for right now. That's all we do know. We're in the purple and we're testing high levels of liquidity. That's all we do know. We still got about 2.5 minutes, a little under 2.5 minutes for this opening candle. So let's see how this 30-minute candle finishes, and that might give us a clue. You know, if we see a nice strong hammer or if we see a doji, then it should give us something. But we gotta wait today. We can't be impatient. We gotta wait. This is kind of what I was explaining, right? If you're taking a call wherever, let's say you're in calls, you have to expect some retracement back into the last candle. Expect it. We can see the environment we're in. So if you're chasing it, fine, I guess. But if you don't allow it to play out, then you'll never know. Or if you're putting your stop too tight, it's just going to keep smacking you in the face. All right, here's high a day at the dotted line, 60.13. The second time retesting 5. We need to see a convincing break of this 5. If we're seeing, like, you know, little candles like this, little tiny candles like this, little tiny candles to break the 5, this is not ideal. This is not ideal. We want to see a nice firm candle to break that 5. Can everyone else hear me? Hello, hello, hello. Okay.
Rage on that beat, going crazy.
So look, in the real normal world, we would look at this candle and think this is a momentum candle. But because, like I said, all the tensions in the news, we're not in normal times. All right, let's see if this teal becomes support, right? Because we see there was resistance here. Let's see if it's now becoming support. And we want to see if this, if the break retest of this teal can get us to 61.93. Again, I don't know if this blue's actually a thing, so we gotta wait a little bit. We do see a break of our purple on the 5. we're at the 5. There's not a lot to do right here. There's not a lot. There's actually nothing to do right here. We're at the 5. I just see we're in very significant chop. That's all there's no structure here, right? This is just chop. Before any plays at all, we need to be far away from the 5. You know, at least somewhere maybe down here before we even start looking at puts around 57.40. If you want any type of quote-unquote safety, it's going to have to be below 54.79. And for on the call side, I think you already see it up here. It's got to look like this. We got to be very far away from the 5. There's nothing to do at the 5 and at the 200. There's just nothing to do here. Not for us. And I know we see a teal and a blue. I don't know this blue's a thing. The teal looks solid and the purple looks solid. So actually I might swap out purple for teal. I think I'm going to swap it out just so it doesn't look too confusing. It looks a little confusing. I'm going to swap it out. And still, I don't know if this blue is actually a thing. Okay, so on our daily chart, this entire thing played out, right? I mean, I literally couldn't do any better. I don't think anyone could. It couldn't be done any better. So I'm going to delete it now, okay? It's been there for a while. You know, we had an opportunity to play off of it. It worked out perfect. Luckily, it worked out perfect in our favor. I'm going to go ahead and delete this now. I'll probably still leave this right here, even though it's a freehand drawing. I'll leave it. It's straight enough. And the reason I'm going to leave it there is, well, I think it's obvious reasons, right? Because it shows you the bottom of this liquidity here and the top of this, the bottom of this lick box here and the top of this lick box here. And if it wasn't obvious, now you know why. I'm going to leave it here. because I want to see if we get up here, what they do up here. Now let's look at the expansion of the Bollinger. Whenever we see the Bollinger expanding like this, we know that there's big movement. So the bottom of the Bollinger is this, whatever color, this green right here. And the top of the Bollinger is just red. So look how they expanded. So on the expansion of the Bollinger, expect a lot of movement. When the Bollinger compresses, you already see what happens when it compresses. Another example of that is right here. Bollinger is compressing, and then it starts to expand. See the expansion, and then you see the volatility. All right, so we just made it above the 5. Now we're at the 200. So still, I mean, in my opinion, if you can deal with this, great. But I think it might be one of those, not every day is a trading day. Not every day is a trading day. None of our criteria has even been touched yet, right? So the criteria for puts, I'll draw it again. You want to look for something like this. Underneath right here. And for the calls, it's already on the screen. Now, some type of indication, not saying it's for sure, but some type of indication that we want to head up is if we grab liquidity off this 200 with some strength. With some strength. And then maybe making 61.93 some type of support. And then we're going to look for our entries up here. Other than that, this is a little too sketchy in here for me. Now, if we do test 61.93, let's say they test it, this wouldn't be crazy right here. So if they touch it, this path right here would not be crazy. I could probably drop it down just a bit. All right, let me just redraw it then. Let me redraw it. So this path here wouldn't be crazy. All right, that's one. The other one's like this. And then look for that for the puts. All right, so here are your options for the calls, right? Either we break, retest, and reject 66.93. We retrace down to 59.60 to grab liquidity. We retrace down to a little bit under 58.59 to grab liquidity. If we get below that, we got to start looking for 54.79-ish. We got to start looking to target lower. Now look, these would be the ideal setups. You see the environment we're in, it may not be easy, but this is what I see. $3K, I don't know if you remember, but I think it was maybe a few months ago that I told you, maybe it was, I'm not sure if it was weeks ago or maybe a little over a month ago, 3K. You know, we had a little DM side conversation and I told you that expect a bounce right here. And the reason for that is just to, it exemplifies my analysis when I'm telling you that, you know, the market likes to respect some type of structure. So even if they want to head down, certain things need to happen. Certain things must happen for that. And this is a good example of it. You know, because once you understand that, you realize it's not me predicting what's going to happen. It's me understanding the risk. It's just me understanding the risk, what needs to happen in order for, or you know, what's most likely to happen after something else happens. So if this happens, then we have a high likelihood of the next thing happening. So this is a good example. I don't know if you remember 3K, but you know, I know for sure I told you, expect a bounce right here. It's gonna bounce if it gets down here. It just has to, no matter what. Even it, like, not no matter what, but it would take a lot to just go to break straight through this 49.03 level. It would take a lot. Like, you know, we'd have to be at World War IV. There had to be a bounce there. And the reason for that is just because there's a whole bunch of orders there. We already know that there's a whole bunch of orders there, a lot of orders there. And we know this because I drew it. Because I put it here, that's why. No, I'm kidding. But you know, you have to understand there's got to be a lot of orders there. So once we understand those concepts of risk, this gets a lot easier. And then we just try to translate that to a smaller time frame, right? So what's going to happen throughout the day to enable this break, retest, and reject? You know, there's certain things we need to look for. And if this was absolute perfection right here, if this wasn't enough, you know, we knew exactly what was going to happen next. Once this bounced right here, back to the 5, we already knew. We had a high likelihood of success. And now we just need to translate that to the daily. excuse me, to our lower time frame chart. So what do we need to see? What patterns do we need to see on our 5 minute, on our 30, 5, and 1 to enable this path? That's all we're doing, really. All right, so on this flexion point here, I gave you literally no other option but down. From here, it had to be. So if you took the flexion, you should be chasing this now because we're in an uptrend, in a short-term uptrend. So you got to be chasing this. If you took this flexion, you understand, right? Because we're in the uptrend. So if you're fighting the trend, you're scalping. You're scalping. I'm here, I'm just being quiet. Give me a second. I'm just being quiet. Give me 1 second. Okay, we're retesting the 200. I just needed to survive this one candle here. I'll probably take some off the table shortly. I'll take something off the table shortly. See, normally I'd get up and walk away, but I can't because I'm doing a counter trend play, so I need to pay attention. It's on my stop. I wanted to try to hold to the 5, so I have my stop a little bit above the 200. Hey, what up, Sebs? What up, Sebs? I got my stop a little bit above the 200, and my second set of contracts is not far behind. So I'm not gonna let I'm in profit. I'm gonna leave it like that. I don't want to fight the trend. I'll probably move. I guess I should. It's because we're at the 200 and the 5, so I just want a little quick scalp real quick. Ah, geez, this one got me. This one got me on my first set right here. This 1032 candle just got me. Come on, man. Come on, man. This little tiny thing just got me. All right, I'll leave the. I mean, we're in profit, so I'll leave the runners here, and I'll be happy with whatever I get. I'm gonna leave the runners right here. I'm gonna be happy with whatever I get. Just a little something to start the day. All right, it's dancing on it. Dancing on the stop right now. Okay, so I didn't have a good fill. I got filled all the way to the bottom here, somewhere in this candle, but I'm pretty sure close to the bottom. And then this one took me out, and then this one just took me out. So nice little scalp, but whatever happens from here, whatever. I can't do anything about it now. Okay, I'm gonna get up and walk around doctor's orders. I'm gonna circulate some blood really quick. It better go up. It better not go down. It better go straight up. So here was why I was a little shaky on this, because number one, I know I'm scalping. So I know I gotta be in and out. Look at that. Look at this. Look at that. Don't do it. Don't do it. All right, so number one, I know I'm scalping because I'm doing counter trend. Number two, the 200's right here. Number three, the 5's right here. Right? So, and I guess number four is we're in teal until we're not. So I didn't want to fight it too much. I'll take what I got. It was a little, a little something. Starbucks. But these are the setups. So give me a moment. I'm going to circulate some blood. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. Okay, look, before I leave, I'm not asking you to, I don't want you to trade like me. You need to trade like you. You need to trade like you, what you're comfortable with. Our bank accounts are set up different, I promise you. Essentially, when you understand certain things need to happen, it'll be a lot easier for you. So when I'm drawing, only one direction from this point here, there's only one option. It has to be like this. Not that it has to, but we just have a high probability of success. I'm not saying 100%, I'm saying a high probability. So once you understand that type of stuff, you'd be a lot more comfortable with this. You'd be a lot more comfortable taking these, little risks. And it wasn't a big risk, right? Because my stop was right here. Unfortunately, I got filled I didn't get a good fill. I got filled at the bottom of this candle. So I had to play it tight, but my stop was right here. So if I was wrong, I would be willing to, you know, it's a little bit above this candle. If I was wrong, it better not go down. It better not go down. Okay. It better not go down. They better go up. They better go up. See, I know I'm not equipped to handle this type of drawdown on a counter trend play. I see that we're going up, and this type of drawdown on a counter trend play, that's not for me. I'm not built like that. So I'm just gonna be, whatever happens, happens. There's always gonna be another setup, right? If we get somewhere down here, I'll be ready. All right, look, this is what we want to look for on the 5 minute. Same concept like this, watch. We want to see if this head's gonna form a shoulder right here. We want to see another shoulder form. It needs to do this. Why is it so shaky like that? It looks so ugly, I can't even leave it. It needs to do that. All of this needs to happen. All right, Discord, on our 5 minute chart, all of this needs to happen. All of it. So if you're taking the risk from up here, you know what it is. I think on a scalping short term in and out quick, the 1 minute's probably going to be a little more accurate. If you want some type of quote unquote safety, the 5 minute is going to be the thing. Let me get up circulated blood. I'll be right back. Hold on, give me a second.
Rage on that beat, going crazy.
I'm back. I'm just making a quick phone call. I'm here though. Okay, I'm back. All right, so we see we're on this teal. They're hesitating on this teal. The 5 is on the teal, so there's going to be a lot of liquidity, our horizontal and diagonal liquidity at the same time. So you see how they're struggling on this teal to break it, right? So when I'm drawing this stuff, you know, I'm looking at the, you know, whatever channel we're in, it needs to look like this for that channel. See it? All right, we want to go shaky up in here, you know, kind of whatever's happening right now. All right, Alexis Contreras says there's going to be a break of the 200 EMA or have a V-shaped sell-off. A break. Okay. So yeah, we see the break, the retest, and we're gonna look for the okay. I'm gonna mark out high day really quick. Alexis is staying cash for the meantime. She wants to keep some dry powder on the side. She's going to wait for some type of direction. And then she's going to make an entry once she understands the direction of the market. I added in a little extra, but I'm assuming that's your thought process. So look, we're in this teal until we're not, right? Make it teal. Hella volatility right here at the 200 and the 5. Okay, so I think for any calls, we want to look for a break and a retest of this liquidity box here. For any puts underneath here, but you got to chase it, right? Because you see where the risk is. So whatever's on the 5-minute chart, this is still valid. Whatever's on the 5-minute chart is still valid. When I took this put up here, I was trying to hold for the 5. I got scared out a bit early. Alexa says that there's a good entry for calls, maybe at 6:59. 6:59. Okay, yeah, down here somewhere. Well, geez, Alexis, I wonder what made you say that. This teal's still holding up, right? This teal still holding up. You see this path that I have right here, the shadow path? You know, I put this here a long time ago, but this was to indicate that expect it to be volatile. Not every day is a trading day, that's for sure. Is it VAC lemur or VAC lemur? VAC lemur, VAC lemur? Man, look at this chop. VAC lemur, VAC lemur. I'm gonna call it VAC. VAC says, "Let me get my chopsticks because this is hurting me." Yeah, it's gonna be like that. You know, earlier, I had this right here to explain to everyone. It's gonna be like this. This is what it's gonna be like. It's gonna be barcoding. It's gonna be engulfing candles, things of this nature. We kind of already expected it. All right, so we finally got out of this teal. We finally got out of this. Oh no, we're still in the teal on the 5. We got 3.5 minutes on this candle. Mr. Ramos agrees. Same here. It's choppy. Or as they say in Cuba, it's choppy, papi. I actually don't know if they say that in Cuba. Does anyone know if they say that in Cuba? Oh, man, that's funny. That's funny. Yeah, this is chop. For this type of stuff, you gotta pick a direction and hold your breath. The 5 minute says we're still in this teal. I'm pretty sure in Cuba it's choppy papi. I'm pretty sure that's what they say when they're day trading. Oye, brother, it's choppy papi. Just like that. Which translates literally to there's a high amount of volatility in the market this morning. That's the actual translation. Yeah, there's nothing to do in here, right? Nothing to do in this lick box. While we're still inside this liquidity box, ain't nothing to do. We gotta wait for a break and retest minimum. Minimum. On the 5-minute chart, this teal's still holding up. Still holding up. If you took this flexion down here, you need to start chasing this. You need to start adjusting your stop. If you took this one here, you need to start adjusting your stop. Let's check higher time frame. You know, above the water, but weak. It's losing some strength. On the 30-minute, this last 30-minute candle, doji. Doji. But it still got some room. It's still got some room for some upside here. Let's see if we get back to, what is this? 6193. That'd be nice. If we get back to 6193, that would be very nice. A little bit more. Okay. So now you understand, when I'm drawing these paths, I'm showing you, for example, if you took this flexion here, I'm showing you where the risk is. Now look, it's a little bit off on this, but you had an idea because the 5, right? We also had the 200. When I'm drawing these paths, I'm showing you where the risk is. If both of them were down, you knew from this point here, we don't know for a fact, but we have a high probability that I'm going to be right. A high probability. And the only reason I'm saying that is because I got a record. I do this live every day. So I got a pretty good record. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Now start adjusting your stop. If you took this flexion, adjust your stop. This is why we don't want to fight the trend, right? When I'm telling you, if you're taking this put here, you got to chase this. You got to chase it. You're scalping this. Unfortunately, I couldn't hold all the way to here, but I knew what was up. I knew what was up. I'm gonna start to adjust here. Okay, here we go. Okay. All right, we can breathe a little bit. We can breathe a little bit now. Alexis Contreras says 664 call. Does that mean you're in a call for 664? You're far away from the money call. Let's see if we can get a break and retest here. No, Alexis, no. We got to rewind the tape because you said the call entry was down here. Oh, man. Oh, okay, to see if it gets there. Got it. But yes, this would have been a fair call entry, but I also think this one would have been... I also think the one that I have drawn on the screen is also a good call entry. All right, now I need to figure out my life because I don't know what I want to do here. Look, we made it back to key level. We made it back to key level, so now I need to figure out my life. Look, we're in teal until we're not. We're in teal until we're not. This is why we need to use the 5-minute chart. You know, I'm going to repeat this until you guys, you know, I'm going to repeat it so you can see repeatedly that this is our bread and butter here. You know, actually the 30-minute charts are bread and butter, but for what we do, we need to use this one. This is why it's here. We have to use this one. If it were to break the teal and get down here, then we're going to look for puts here. But until then, we can't fight the trend, right? We got to go with the trend. We got to look for our entries. Where are our entries? On the sniper, it's here. The 1 minute is our sniper. The 5-minute tells us how to get to where we're going on the 30-minute. So the 30-minute tells us where we're going. How are we going to get there? Here's our sniper entry. As long as you don't overstay your welcome, you're going to be fine. On this flexion here, you know, you could have had a very tight stop. The 5 would have been optimal, but you could have had a very tight stop on this one. It could have been literally right underneath this wick right here. All right, for any more calls, we want to see a build in orange and a break of purple. So for calls, build an orange, break the purple. I'm gonna take some off the table right here. Okay. I'm not a big fan of the struggle on the top of the lick box here. Let's see if they give me what I want. High day is, I'm gonna move high day. Scout puts, we don't know that yet, man. We don't know that yet. This was the setup for scout puts. You know, it's tough to say at this point. You can't say it right now at this point because we just have a strong uptrend. Let me see if I can answer your question. Give me 1 second. I need to... Alright, I need to pay attention really quick. Give me 1 second. I'm here. I'm just being quiet. For scout puts, I don't see it yet. We have to wait. I need to pay attention here, though. Give me 1 second. Okay, I'm not a big fan of this dancing right on the top of the lick box like this. Okay, come on. If we get back to 62, 61, I'll take some off the table. I entered on this candle here. Once I saw this wick, you know, I took the risk. I didn't get the best fill. It was somewhere in the middle though. Somewhere in the middle of the candle. So, and then I had my stop below this, a little bit below this wick here. So I had a very low risk here. Now I need to figure out my life. This is the part that I hate. I don't hate it, but okay. I got a little greedy. I took some off the table here. I'm just gonna let it play out now. This is probably where I need to get up and walk away and let whatever's gonna happen happen. Because when I sit here and try to guess, it usually doesn't work out in my favor. So I'm just gonna let whatever's gonna happen happen. I'm gonna get up and walk away because I think that's probably the best advice for myself right now. The runners are still in profit, so I'm not gonna be upset at profit. But this is always where, at this point here, right? Because I took this flexion here. I got filled somewhere in this candle. I took some off the table. Now I'm in runners. This is where it always gets a little hectic. This is the part that I need to really work on as far as my trading myself. I'm not a big fan of the dancing on the lick box. I want to see it break, like a convincing break of this lick box. But to answer the earlier question about put, it's somewhere down here. This is the answer. Otherwise, it's all scalp puts from here. If you want any type of quote unquote safety, it's got to be somewhere underneath 57.94. All right, I'm here. I'm just being quiet. I need to pay attention now. I need to zoom in a bit. I'm not going to survive any significant drawdown, so I'm just going to take whatever profit I get and be happy with it. This candle, the 11-12 candle, took me. Hold on, I'm here. I'm here. I'm just paying very close attention now. Okay, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to allow for some uncomfortable amount of drawdown as long as I'm still in profit for these runners. And I'm going to walk away. That's what I'm going to do. It's going to be uncomfortable, but I'll be fine. I'm not going to let it go against me, so... Now I'm debating to do it on teal or purple. I need to walk away. Okay, I'm gonna walk away. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade.
rage on that beat, going crazy.
This got me on purple. This got me on purple. I'm not, if it touches the 5 and heads up, I'm not willing to survive any more drawdown. I want to make sure I secure my profit on my runners. I took profit up here. I got filled somewhere in here. I took profit here. The runners got stopped out on purple. So every time I try to be a hero. So at some point I need to realize I'm a key level guy. Like, this is just what I like to do. I go through this almost every day. Because if I'm not willing to survive the drawdown, then I need to just be okay with taking all my profit at key level. Wherever I drew the gosh darn arrow. That's what I need to be okay with. I'm gonna erase this just to clear up the chart. That's unfortunate. It better not go up from here, man. They better not do that. They better not. Oh my goodness. They better not go up from here. Look at this. They better not do it. They better. Okay. Okay. I know. You're right. You're right, Jones. You're right. You're right. I need to be I'm trying to be a trader that I'm just not built like, and I'm trying to lead by example to show you, you know, sometimes you got to survive, but this is, and then look, come on, man. Come on, man. Look at this. Okay. Okay. Yeah. I'm trying to set the example to show you guys, and then look at this. You know, how much? 2 minutes later. I'm pretty sure we all go through it like, oh man, I could have just waited 2 minutes if I would have just waited 2 minutes. But I had to secure, I just wanted to secure some money in those runners. I needed to secure money. I should have just taken a, okay. It's always shoulda, woulda, coulda, right? I'm not going to be upset that I made money, but I think I could have done a little bit better. I could have done a little bit better. That's all. But look, we all go through it. We all go through it. You know, and I had a pretty good entry. There's no way I would have survived all the way damn near to my entry. There's just no way. There's no way. Me personally, I wouldn't do it. Obviously, I can't do it. Normally, I would have been like, if I get stopped out here, all right, I get stopped out and I'm okay with it. I try to be a hero and yeah. Look at this. They better not do it. They better not do it. gosh. 2 minutes. If I just would have waited 2 more minutes, I would have been 2 minutes. That's all I had to wait. I should have actually got up and walked away instead of just being quiet and sitting here. I should have actually got up and walked away. That's okay. I'm not going to be mad at making money. You know, we made money, but I think I could have just done a lot better. I should have actually got up and walked away. I could have done a lot better. Damn. That's okay. I'm not upset. I'm not upset. I'm just trying to get better. I'm trying to get better. I'm trying to improve, and just like everybody else, the red candle scares me out. And then, I'm going to go through it. Go through it meaning like, you could have waited or I don't think I would have got a better entry because it was moving a little too quick. The entry was where I decided. So I'm fine with the entry, but I could have waited a little bit. 2 more minutes. 2 minutes. That's all I needed to wait. 1, 2. Yeah, 2 minutes. Okay. I'm gonna stop being greedy. 'Cause all it is I'm just being greedy at this point. Why don't we set up the next setup? How about that? We're gonna identify the next setup. That's probably what we should be doing instead of crying. All right, Discord, we want to look for puts underneath this orange. Yeah, here's this volatility kicking in. I wasn't a big fan of how it stalled on the top of the lick box, so let me clean up this. Oh wait, let me clean up the chart. So this orange is going to be our thing, okay? There's nothing to do inside here. We need to wait for. Hold on, let me make it a little bit better. For any more upside, we need to wait for this. Something like that. It's got to be like this for any more upside. So just because it breaks purple, you got to measure your risk to reward. And then the down scenario is on the screen. So whatever I have on the screen on the 5 minute, this is still valid. I'll just delete that. If you're waiting for your entry, this was tough all morning. So if you're waiting for your entry, it has to look like something, whatever I have drawn here. This put scenario, still valid. This orange is very wide. All right, for calls on the 5 minute, we want to build in the blue, break yellow. On the break of yellow, we have to watch out for key levels. Measure risk to reward on key levels from yellow to wherever. So inside here, not a lot to do. Not a lot to do. Inside here, not a lot to do. This is chalk. We see it. We don't even need to think. We see what's happening. At the 200 and at the 5, there's nothing to do. Give me a moment. Okay, I'm back. This is just chop. We see it. This is just chop. This 5-minute chart starting to look interesting though. Let's see what they want to do on the 5. So if we're looking back retroactively, at the time I didn't know it obviously because I drew the path ahead of time, but when I drew this one here, it was actually a break, a retest of the 5 and a reject of the 5. So we didn't know that the 5 was going to be here at the time. It just so happened to work out like that. So good fortune, good fortune. All right, Discord, if we get down to this orange here, we want to see a dance. Now, if the dance looks like this, that would be ideal. A rejection off this yellow. This would be an ideal dance, right? A quick down, up, down. If it gets below orange, it needs to look like this. A break and a retest of the orange. Now look, we got below this lick box. So now let's see what they want to do. We got 10 seconds on the candle. Let's check higher time frame. This 30-minute candle's crazy. All right. All right, some of the put holders. Now be careful on your puts, okay? Careful on your puts now. All right, so we see a break, a retest. Let's see if they reject underneath the lick box, right? You see the lick box here. You see the lick box here. So they broke this one. They retested it. Let's see if they reject it. Five-minute chart. We got a little under 4 minutes on this candle. A little over 3 minutes on the candle still. Sebs are trying to figure out when to take profit. You better figure your life out now. VAC is holding until 6:58. Okay, somewhere down here. Yeah, time to figure your life out now. Now's the time. We're dancing on this orange right here on our 5-minute chart. Okay. A little under 2 minutes. Okay. Minute and a half left on this candle. Okay, VAC wants to look at VWAP. Let's see where VWAP's at. Okay, yeah, right below. Just below VWAP. Uh, 30 seconds on this candle. Now here's the things you got to take into consideration. Look at this 30-minute candle. This is a significant, this is a very significant 30-minute candle. You know, we can't just discount this. We can't just disregard this, so. It's dancing right on this orange. Come on. Okay. All right. Orange was at, let's say, 59.20. This is almost a full point here, right? Easy money. Look, orange is highlighted, right? I have it highlighted. You see this one? This is a 1. This is a 2. That means I have a higher confidence level. We can make a buck off this. If you're waiting for the retest, then wait for the retest. All right, we're at key level. What is this? 58.34 or whatever this is. Yeah, 58.34. We're at this key level. Okay. All right, 1 full point. This is good money here. Look at the money we just printed. Look at the money we just printed. There it is. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Look at the money we just printed. Hoo-wee. See, now this one was much easier than all the other ones. This was worth the wait. Much easier than all the other ones. Look, when I have this thick orange, when I have it highlighted like this, come on now, we know what this means. Don't overstay your welcome. Take your money. Here, look. Here's why we don't need VWAP. VAC, you ready for this? Here's why we don't need VWAP. Because we knew already that orange was the VWAP break and retest. Also, we already knew the break and the retest of which one? The lick box right here. You see this lick box right here? Break, retest, reject. This is easy money. Well, all right, I'm not allowed to say that. Do not consider this financial advice. Trading stocks involve risk. The owner of the channel, the traders that appear in the broadcast, and their affiliate companies are not liable for any losses inflicted in relation to its content. Once you get finished reading that, go to the website down below. LiveSpyTrading.com. I'm going to get you sorted out. I will get you sorted. It's not a matter of if, but when. Look at the money we just printed. Oh my goodness. Look at this. Right on the break of our... Look, the break of our orange. It doesn't get, this is our setup, right? Break of orange, highlighted, easy money. Correct, I can't say easy money, but you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. All right. There you go, Jimmy James. Here you go, Jimmy James. Oh, man. We just have to stick to the script. That's it. Let them figure it out. We don't, we're here to get our money and get out. That's what we're here to do. Now look, if you're waiting for this, wait for this then. Oh wait, hold on. If you're waiting for this, wait for that. If you're waiting for the break and retest underneath the orange, wait for that. We got, how much? Oh, brand new candle starting right here. Brand new candle starting. I hope everyone understands. This is why, we don't really need indicators. The indicators can only tell you after the fact. We knew ahead of time. Way ahead of time. We were already prepared. We already knew. We knew exactly where the break and retest of the 5 was going to be. Remember this? It was on the 1. It was on the 1 minute chart. It was right here. This was absolute perfection. We already knew this. We already knew exactly where. Now, the 5 wasn't even here at the time. That's my point. My point is, you can't rely on the indicators because they're going to only tell you after the fact. We need to know ahead of time. And it would be very helpful if we had a nice, shiny, thick orange line to tell us what to do. It has to be like that, right? The market works in a certain way. Once you understand this, it gets much easier. Much easier. As long as you don't overstay your welcome, take profit, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. Now, don't be like me and get greedy and start to be like, man, I could have got more. I should have got more. Don't be like me. Don't be greedy. I'm trying to work on that. Oh my goodness. Look at the money we printed. We just have to wait a little bit. That's it. We just have to wait just a little bit. I told you, watch out for the break and retest of the lick box. It's right here. Remember, I was like, look, let's see if we get continuation. This is easy. Excuse me, I can't say this is easy, but I mean, it is what it is. It is what it is. You make the call. You tell me. You tell me if I wasn't gosh darn spot on for a quick buck. You tell me. Look at the money we're printing right now. Look at this money. Oh my goodness. Look, if you took go to the website livespytrading.com. If you're still sitting here trying to figure stuff out, you don't need to do it by yourself. Look at the money we're printing right now. Look at this money. Let's go. And eventually, when you get multiple contracts, you got to work your way up there. When you get multiple contracts, it's you take that key level, you put your stop where it needs to be, you let the runners run. You know, this one worked out for me this time. It didn't work out for me up here, but it worked out down here. It's working out down here. Look at the money we're printing right now. Look at this money. Look at this money we're printing. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. Thank you, Siwa. Thank you, Siwa. Much appreciated. And you know what? You're awesome. Hit the like button. Hit the hype button. Whatever they got on there now. Hit that. Look at the money we just printed. Easy. Let's go. Okay. Woo. It had to be like this. Not that it had to be, but you know, we got a high probability of success, especially when I'm putting this thick line right here. If you're new in the Discord, now you know what this thick line means. You know, if you've gone through the lessons, now you know what, you know, this is it. This is our setup. We knew what it needed to look like. Even if you wanted to wait, watch. Look at this money. Look at the money we're printing right now. Even if you wanted to wait for the break, the retest. Here, look. Let's go into it. Let's look at the break right here, the retest right here, and the rejection. Even if you wanted to wait for all of this, you'd have been, look at the munion. Look at the munion. Okay, we did good things. We did good things today. Oh gosh. Okay. Look at this. Look what we did today. Look what we did today. Look at this. Even if you're on the 1 minute chart, I got you, fam. I got you. You know, the 5 minute would have been advantageous, but oh my gosh. All right, now don't get greedy. Start adjusting your stop. I'm not saying stop. Look at this money. Look at the money we just. Oh my goodness. Look at this money. All right, be careful. We're coming up to this teal here, okay? Careful with this teal. It should line up with the bottom. It might line up with the bottom of this lick box. So watch out with this lick box, and watch out with the teal. All right, hold on. I got to figure out my life now. My first set got taken here. I'm working on my second set now. Look at this money. Damn, Sebs. I don't know. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Sometimes when you take a break and leave and you don't move it, look at this money. Oh my goodness. Look at this. Oh goodness. All right, we had a good day. We had a very look at okay. Look, there's nothing more I can do, right? I showed you on the 1 minute what to look out for. I showed you. I mean, this was literally right here. This was literally right here. We had a break and retest of the lick box. You know, the call scenario had to be a break and retest above, or at minimum the break of this purple. We identified that at minimum we needed to look for the break of this yellow here. Remember? Oh, great job. 300%. 300% subs. Great job. All right, we're coming up to the bottom of the lick box, okay? So then we might have some volatility here. We're coming up to this teal. We might have some volatility here. Also coming up to, what is this? Whatever this key level is, 55.86. Look at this. So look, even if you got chopped up in here, as long as you stuck with the plan, even if you got chopped up in here, as long as you stuck with, look at this. Mr. Ramos talking about lunch. Mr. Ramos is hungry. No, I know what you mean, bud. Okay. Damn, I don't know what to do. I wanna hit key level and then maybe I don't know what to do here. The market's gonna tell me, so I'll just be a little bit patient. But I need to. All right, James. All right, James. We had a okay. Look at this. All right, we're coming up to key level on the 30-minute. 55.86. 400%, Sebs. Amazing day today, huh? All right, we got to be careful at this key level, 55.86. You got to be careful at the bottom of the lick box right here. All right, let's start figuring out our lives now. Start figuring out your life, okay? Now's the time we need to start figuring out our life. Hold on, I'm gonna be quiet for a little bit. Give me a second. Okay, this candle figured out my life for me, so gosh darn it. This candle figured out my life for me. This was absolutely phenomenal play. I'm out of all my contracts. Unfortunately, I probably didn't do what I needed to do. But, I took that key level. I'm going to be okay with that. If it keeps going, great. I hope all of you wish the best. Oh, darn it. This one took me out. This one took me out. All right, look. I'm going to go ahead and break this down again. You're going to have to rewind the tape if you're just joining, but look, I had the 50-50 here. We knew what needed to happen. We knew exactly what needed to happen. It broke, it closed below, it retested, it rejected. It did everything it needed to do. Every single thing it needed to do happened. It's not going to get any, I can't say easy, but Gosh darn, man. I mean, we do all right. We do all right. You know, I had a couple scalps in here, but this is what we needed. This was what we needed right here. Man, that was exciting. That was exciting. Yeah, that one got my blood going. Make a fourth giant arch. Let's see. All right, from here, the lick box is going to control everything. This liquidity is going to control everything. See, there's no way I would have been okay with this much drawdown. Even if it does go down, I'm not okay with this amount of drawdown. So, you know, I got taken out somewhere like halfway through this candle. I'll be honest. Halfway through this candle. This is where I had my stop. I got taken out halfway through on this one. If it continues down, damn it. But all right, let's you know what? Give me a second. I'm gonna get up and walk for a bit. We're gonna regroup. I need to regroup from that. Look at this play. Look at this play. You know, it's funny because we don't need indicators. We knew ahead of time. The indicators tell you after the fact. They tell you after the fact. I'm telling you before, way ahead of time. Gosh darn it. Now it's time to gloat. It's gloat time. Anyways, what do they call me? The gloat goat. Ew, that's gross. I hate that. That sounds ugly. The gloat. Wait, the gloat goat. Say that 4 times fast. All right, look, before I... Give me 200 push-ups. All right, before I continue... Oh, man. Whatever. If it continues down... This lick box is going to control everything. This is the in control lick box. They're bouncing on 50, what is this? 5586. They're bouncing on 5586. To see some more, this needs to happen on the 30 minutes to see some more downside. I'm not saying to go in on the break. I'm saying it needs to retest and reject. Because you don't want to get caught on the stop hunt here. So all of this needs to happen for any more downside. If it doesn't look like this, then there's nothing really to do. On the 1 minute, this lick box is controlling everything. I need to get up. I'm starting to get numb. They got some room for some downside. Let's see. We might be sideways here for a little bit. Like Mr. Ramos said, it's lunchtime. We might be sideways here for a little bit. This was phenomenal trade. Yeah, call it a day. Call it a day, man. You know, some of you guys are up 400%, 300%, 100%. Call it a day. If you sit here and do this, it's only going to get harder from here. You know, we did the work we needed to do. I recommend you call it a day. And this is not me concerned about watch time or viewership. This is me concerned about people's account. You're never going to grow the account if you keep sitting here trying to do this and you're like, oh man, I missed this play. Maybe I can get it on the next one. Maybe there's going to continue on to be puts here. This is not how it works, right? We had our setup. I'm gonna make some more plays, but yeah, see you tomorrow, bud. I'm gonna make some more plays, but you know, we gotta wait a little bit. Let this settle out. And I need to get up and circulate, so. All right, VAC says, damn, Got production deployment at 2. They better figure it out. All right, let me I need to get up and circulate some blood. I'll be right back. Give me a second. Don't overtrade. Just keep it cool right now. No FOMO from here, right? If you didn't take the trade, that's fine. We got to wait for the next setup now. Just give me a second. Let me I'll be right back. Give me a second. Okay, I'm back. Let's see what we got. Oh, I think I just messed something up. All right, VAC says smaller ascending channel, probably going to get invalidated, but who knows? Exactly, we don't know. We don't know yet. Let's not try to guess. What we do know is that this lick box here is in control. We do know that. I also believe that this teal, I think this teal key level is significant here. Oh, you know what? Dang, I never followed through with this blue here. I completely ignored the blue and started paying attention to the 5. But this blue hit. I didn't follow through with it though. Let me clean up the chart just a bit. Today was a great day. Today was a great day. Absolutely phenomenal day. All right, let's let this settle out. We have no direction right now, so let's not try to guess here. At minimum, we want to see a break and retest. If you're looking for some quote-unquote safety, I think 54.79 for more puts underneath 54.79. From here, we're at the mercy of this lick box in here. This is the big lick box. It's probably a little more. I'm gonna leave it. I think it looks fine. I'm gonna leave it on the 5. VAC, as long as we woke up this morning, it's already a great day. You woke up, brother. You woke up, brother or sister. I don't know your identification, but as long as we wake up, we're doing all right. There's people halfway across the world that wish that they could do what we're doing, that wish they had the opportunity to hang out with each other the way we are. I think we're doing all right. I'm just going to clean up this 5-minute chart just a bit. Man, this is a good day. We have about 4, this brand new candle is about to start. Man, I kind of wish I would have kept tracking this blue, but I got focused on the 5-minute chart and I kind of just abandoned the 1-minute chart. I mean, either way, we still had our setup right here, so I'm not like too upset about it, but this lick box is going to be significant. This 58, 59 is going to be significant. If this blue does break, you got to measure risk to reward to the bottom of the lick box again. So on our 5-minute chart, if this orange does break, you got to measure risk to reward to low a day. Lower days at 55.80. In our higher time frame, we're still in green until we're not. We're still in green until we're not, right? Everyone sees this green. We're still in this green until we're not. That's the answer on a higher time frame. About 2 minutes on the candle. If you're on the 1 minute and you took this blue, I recommend you protect this trade. I'm here, I'm just being quiet. If you took blue, adjust your stops. Little over a minute and a half on this candle. Okay. There it is. Look at the money. Protect your trade. Protect your trade. Right? The break of orange. Here it is. Build in teal, break of orange. Here, let me mark these out. We're at key level. Figure out your life. All right, we're coming up to this key level plus this yellow right here. took this blue, you need to start figuring out your life now. Okay. Okay. Come on. Okay. Look at the money we just printed. Look at the money we just printed. Oh my goodness. Again, look at the money we just printed. Oh my goodness. There it is. Oh, wow. Oh. Okay. All right, now I'm going to start chasing this. Look at this money. Look, what I tell you, underneath 54, look at this. Come on. All right, give me a second. I need to be quiet for a little bit. I'm still here. I'm just focusing. Give me a moment. All right, this one just got me on my first set right here. This candle just got me on my first set. Three minutes on this candle. I have a little bit of wiggle room here, so I'll give it a little bit of space. Not too much. I need one more push back down really quick. One more push back down, and I'll be good. I won't be greedy. I won't be greedy. Okay, I'm out of the trade. Okay, this is a good trade. This was a great trade, actually. Look. All right, so if you took the play on the 5-minute chart, it was from 56.02 all the way down to 53.98. This is good money. This is good money. This was another amazing trade. Why is everyone so quiet? Okay, hell yeah. There you go. Why are you all so quiet? These are the good setups. I'm drawing out the good setups for you. The build in teal, the break of orange. We addressed this. If you're hesitating on stuff like this, when I'm especially, when we identify orange like this, if you're still hesitating, you need a paper trade so you can see so you can see some type of consistency. If you're hesitating, paper trade. Get that data, the data that you need. Man, this thing better not go. That's okay. That's okay. If you're still hesitating, you need a paper trade until you get comfortable. That's the answer. You need a paper trade until you're comfortable. You're never going to feel that comfort if you keep trading real money and then stopping yourself out. It's just never going to happen. And I know you don't want to hear that, but it is what it is. The setups are the setups. The plays are the plays. We identified orange. Orange had to be the thing. You know, it was build in teal, break of orange. We know we can get something out of it. You know, how much? We don't know. But we got to stick, we got to stick with it long enough to allow that. We needed at least, 10 minutes minimum. Minimum, we needed 10 minutes. So as long as you can see that the plays, they're not, 45 seconds. That all depends on your comfort level. If you want to take at key level, if you want to take at the break of yellow, whatever that is, but it's not 45 seconds. It's not. We got to wait 10, 15, maybe 20 minutes. There's got to be a couple things that need to happen. Oh man. See, there's no way I would have been okay with this type of drawdown, so I'm okay. I'm okay. When this stuff happens, I'm okay. I got stopped out, fine. Because I know I'm not surviving all this. There's no way. I'm not gonna sit here with sweaty armpits with contracts on the line and then back to the entry. Ain't no way. That's not for me. I'm not built like that. So I took my profit where I did, and I'm happy with that. We did good. We did good today. If I don't take another trade, I probably won't take it. I'm definitely not taking any more trades. I don't need to. I'm actually over trading. I took 4 already today, so I don't need to take any more. This is me personally. If it keeps going down, fine, but I'm not taking any more trades. I've taken 4. That's 1 too many. We had a great day, man. We had a great day. And for those of you that touched exactly on my stop loss and it went down. Damn. All right. As long as you still made the profit, Nico. As long as you still made that profit, and hopefully you're don't take that as a loss. Well, we needed, or don't feel weird about that. I know I do. All of us go through it. So the only lesson we can gain, we have to take some type of lesson from it. And the lesson is, it's not 45 seconds. We're not moving these stops in 45 seconds. Here, let's look at the 1 minute chart. Look at these candles. Look at the wicks on top. The wicks on top told us what was going to happen. These told us what was going to happen. I did really good here by not stopping myself out. I did really good here. I'm okay with that. And I got lucky that it just dumped underneath 54.79. I got lucky here. And I took profit. So we're day trading. We got to get in and get out. There's nothing wrong with that if you're getting in and getting out, as long as you're getting money. Now, when you build the account, you're going to see these little, this isn't a little move, but even little moves, they're going to add up. They're going to add up. And if you're interested in learning how to trade with us, you got to go to livespytrading.com. You got to go to livespytrading.com. I'm going to get you sorted out. It gets easier. It's very difficult to trade off this 1 minute chart because you see me keep on clicking around and stuff like this. The Discord members already have the setups. They already know what the setups are. So you don't have to worry about me clicking around. When you're in the Discord, you can control the charts because I give access to my personal charts. Wait, what am I doing here? Cancel that. We had a good day. Hold on, wait, touch exactly on my stop loss and went down. Okay, still made profit, meaning, okay, so you chased it a bit, it touched your stop, that's fine, man. So look, I'm not 100% sure, but this is what I'm guessing. I'm guessing that when you're in a trade, this is to you, Nico, specifically. When you're in a trade, or specifically that last trade, that instead of looking at the actual chart and looking at the candles and seeing or looking at whatever indication you needed, I'm assuming you're in your brokerage. I don't know for a fact. I'm just, yep. And it's going to take a little bit of time to get over that. It's going to take a little bit of time. It took me probably years to stop doing that. You have to understand the brokerage is it's going to tell you it's going to look different. It's going to look different, and it's taken into account theta, all the Greeks, theta, delta, gamma, all these things. So your stop loss on the chart is going to be different than what it's going to be very similar, but it's going to be a little bit different than the stop loss on your brokerage. So practice doing that. Take a trade and then get out of the brokerage, and then pick whichever exit strategy you're going to go with, right? If it's going to be the close of the legs, if it's going to be you hit key level, if it's going to be you're waiting to cross back above the water, whatever it is. So, you're making money. That's good. I'm not saying don't do that, but start practicing to leave the brokerage and look at the charts. All right, VAC says he's going to take a short here in 20 seconds. He's waiting for the confirmation. Okay. That's very specific. That's very specific, VAC. All right, but here's what we do see. We had our liquidity on our orange right here. It broke. It's retesting. Let's see if they reject underneath. I'm probably not taking any more trades for the day. I think I'm Gucci on that. If you did pay attention to what I was saying about this liquidity box that is going to control in the near future, we had a break, a retest, and a reject of the liquidity box. We also had our break of blue. At this point here, I'm sitting out. I'm going to sit on my hands. Probably I don't need to take any more trades for the rest of the day. I've already taken 4. That's never mind. I think I need to yeah. Just hang out a little bit. VAC. Hang out just a bit. At this point right now, honestly, you'd be guessing. And I don't know exactly what your strategy is, but in my opinion, it seems like a guess from here. Certain things need to happen from this point here. And auto put just because is probably not the right thing. I'm not saying it's wrong. I don't know, but you're right. We need some type of confirmation. We need something to tell us. Right now, we don't have any of that to tell us the best bet from here. There's just nothing really to tell us from here. Maybe if we zoom out and we're on a much higher time frame, it'll be different. But we're working with what we got right in front of us. So if we're waiting for this break, retest, and reject, then we gotta wait. We gotta see if they start rejecting underneath. What is this? 55.86. So all this needs to happen. I'm just gonna slide this over. This is what I had. I'm just sliding it over, right? I'll put it back. But this was my call out from I don't know how long ago. A long time ago. Yeah, play it cool. If you made money today, you can't FOMO in now, brother. There's no FOMOing now. Now's not the time to feel regret. Now's not the time for the latex and regret. Anyways, Nico, practice your trading from the chart. Because inside that brokerage, the candles are going to go crazy. You're going to see the price go up and down, up and down, up and down, and it's going to drive you crazy. allow whatever needs to happen in your exit strategy to happen, and then, reference your brokerage. Now, when I'm saying adjust, protect the trade, things like this, I'm not saying to stop yourself out. I'm saying either we're at key level, maybe you need to make an adjustment, or, especially if I'm saying protect the trade, I'm saying that if you were to enter where we're supposed to, where the entry is, let's say on the break of orange, I'm saying you can at least stop out for 0 loss. If you can protect it, you can stop out for 0 loss. But it's up to you to reference the actual chart. Your brokerage is it's gonna look a little bit different. It's gonna look a tad different. And another thing we have to remember, we're trading on 1, 5, and 30-minute candles, or 30-minute charts, excuse me. So there's a much higher time frame we're not taking into account. And those higher time frames are showing different setups. So we're trying to overlay much higher time frame setups on a much shorter time frame. So this is not easy. That's why when we're day trading, number one, we're 0 DTE. Number two, we don't know what the higher time frame is telling us. Every now and again I'm going to reference it, but getting in and getting out, taking your money, I recommend that. That's going to be your best bet. The base hits, we're going to get the base hits, and the home runs, they're going to come. The home runs are going to come. And when I'm saying home runs, I mean the times when the candles stack right on top of one another, and you don't even need to, you're just following each candle by candle. Those home runs are going to come. But for now, if you're surviving the BS and we're getting through it, then, take those base hits wherever they are. Because you need time in this to understand how it all works. You need time to realize that, they want, oftentimes when a setup happens, they're going to retrace back into the last candle and maybe a little bit above that last candle just to slap you in the face and turn around and keep going. So there's only so many times where you're going to be slapped in the face and be like, and eventually you're going to start to, like when your mom used to beat you, and eventually you turn like 7 or 8 years old and you are a little bit quicker than her at this point. And then you did the Matrix when she tried to slap you in the face, and then you like backed up and you felt the wind go across your face and you realized you dodged it, and then she looks at you and gets even angrier. Okay, this is a personal story. But what I'm saying is eventually it's going to happen to you too. You're going to get tired of getting smacked in the face, and you're going to know what to expect. But that takes time. That takes time. And until that time, practice on the paper account. Now, when we have these for sure setups, you got to take these setups. I mean, you don't have to, but if you see me highlighting something, that's a thing. That's actually a thing. If I'm highlighting it like this, that's a thing. Now we need to let all this settle out. We need to let all this settle out. Now they're making another one, right? So let's see if they want to reject back inside here, or if they're like, okay, we had enough down for the day because we had this big ass momentum candle. So this is what we need to figure out. There's a big ass momentum candle here. Is this momentum candle enough to stop everybody out from down here? All these puts here, did they just get stopped out? That's what we need to figure out. Me personally, I think I'm done for the day. I did 4, 2 little tiny ones, and then we had the big ones. 2 of the big ones. It was a big one. Now, those of you that stayed till the end of Friday, that was also an amazing day. It took a little bit for Friday though, but I'm not recommending sitting here all day trying to scalp dollars and cents. I'm not recommending that. We had our setup. We had our setups. I'll make some more. I'll make some more. Give me a moment. I need to address my phone. Give me one quick second. I'm here. I'm just hanging. I'm distracted for a second. Give me a moment. All right, market open was at $57.49. We're at $56.14 right now, so we're almost back at market open. Let them figure out what they want to do around this liquidity. I'm going to be distracted for a second, so I don't even have any setups on the 5-minute chart for the Discord, so you're going to have to bear with me for a moment. You're going to have to bear with me. The Discord, there's no setup in the Discord at all. The only thing we're looking at is if they break the orange, retest the orange, and reject off the orange. This is the only thing we're looking for right now. But give me a minute. I need to handle some stuff. I'm still here watching, but I'll be distracted. All right, the 30 minutes showing sideways here. There's going to be some resistance right here on this teal. Unfortunately, I'm using two of the same colors, but whatever. I'm going to be off to the side. I'm going to be quiet. I need to take a maybe 10-15 minute break. I'll be right back. Discord from here, it's not going to be just the break of this orange. It needs to be like this. It needs to look like this. If it breaks orange and then shoots down, my bad. My bad. But I'm telling you, an ideal. It needs to break, retest, and reject underneath this orange. From this point here, this is what it needs to look like. Here's, I'm gonna highlight low a day. On this blue, you have to measure risk to reward to this key level. After this key level, you have to measure risk to reward to 53.91. I'm gonna take a quick break. I probably need like 10 minutes or so, but I'm still here. I'm just we gotta let this settle out. We're in between this lick box and this lick box here. They need to figure out where they want to go.
Rage on that beat, going crazy.
Okay, I'm back. Let's see what we got. Let me clean this up really quick. All right, look. So if you're in the Discord and you have access to the 5-minute chart, the yellow is a scalp entry for calls. You have to get in on it, right? So if you entered on yellow, let's say 57.14. Right now, this is 1 full point, right? We can call this a win. This is 1 full point. Now, I told the Discord members to be careful because we're coming up to a 50-50 right here. So if you're on the 1-minute chart, this purple would have been the entry for the call, right? Well, I already put it right here. Alexis Contreras says looks bearish on the daily. Let's look at the daily. Well, yeah, we're in a downtrend for sure. However, I announced to everybody in the world that at this level, 49.03, there's going to be a bounce here. There's going to be a bounce. I'm not saying it's not going to continue down. What I am saying is there's going to be a bounce. So this is the bounce. We're literally seeing the bounce happen right in front of us. This is nothing surprising. We already expected all this. I've had this up for months. Before this morning, I literally had it like this. Perfection. It was literally like this. But anyways, this has been up for months. This is no surprise here. I'm gonna get back to right now. Also, we knew that this teal was a major level. So if we look really close, we can see how they broke and retested the teal. I'm gonna get a little bit closer. They broke it, they retested and rejected the teal, which was also the break of our purple. Which range are you talking about? On the minute chart or the daily chart? So what you're saying, we're going to stay in the range, which, where we open. Oh, for today? We don't know yet. We don't know. We're going to see. I don't have that answer. I don't know. I do not know. I'd be lying if I said I did. We're currently in this liquidity box, that's for sure, but we got a little bit of time. We got some time left. We got plenty of time left. We got a little over 4 minutes, little over 4.5 minutes on this candle. I'm here. I'm just being quiet. 2 minutes on the candle, a little over. All right, we got about 3.5 minutes on this candle. What we want to see is, are they breaking purple, retesting, and rejecting off of purple? Or also, what is this? This teal. So if we can get a second bite at the apple up here at 58.22, that'd be nice. That would be nice. You know, market open was at we're like 20 cents away from market open. What up, VAC or VAC? You didn't miss much, brother. You didn't miss much. For a while, for about an hour, it just chopped sideways for an hour. The only entry we had was on the break of this purple for a call. This was a pretty good move right here. You know, we're maybe still in the move. We don't know yet. Maybe still in it. That's why it's important we understand, you know, when we have a 30-minute candle like this, you know, a lot needs to happen to negate all of this. We have to understand that a lot of people got stopped out all the way down here. A lot of people got stopped out, especially these puts right here, from 45.04 down to like 41. All these puts, a lot of them got stopped out. So now that they got stopped out, the market has to figure out who's going to win between the 200 and these stop outs here on 41.62. So now the market needs to figure out who's going to win. Well, not who's going to win, but who has more orders. Where are more orders placed? That's what we need to figure out. And we still got a fair amount of time. Still got a fair amount of time on the clock. Now, if we do get up to this purple, and if the purple is, if the 5 and the purple are at the same place, same time, this is risky. This is risky right here. If you took this purple and held and survived, you need to start protecting your trade now. We're coming up to 58.59. Well, maybe, we'll see, but so if we get up here, this is going to be a major level. We want to see if we can get our second bite at the apple at 58.26. Or 58.22 rather. We're hoping to get the second bite at the apple up there.
Rage on that beat, going
Now
crazy.
remember, this isn't actually here. I'm being preemptive. I don't know that it's gonna form here, but somewhere above this is what we're looking for our some type of safety. Or actually, whatever I have drawn on the one is probably most accurate right now. So again, from this point here, you know, I only gave one option for trajectory, and I gave you the risk points, right? So there's a risk right here on teal. There's a risk right here on I'd say teal and purple. So I probably need to make this a little bit bigger. There's a risk right here. Meaning if you're in, because I only gave one direction. From here, there's only one option for direction. It was here for the risk. It's here for the risk. And then above this, or somewhere above this, is you probably let it run a little bit. But if you're going level by level, I've already marked out all the levels. We're about to get second bite at the apple. Now remember, if we do get above this teal, and then we start testing this purple right here, you got to measure risk to reward from from purple to the 5. Or no, it'll be from purple to key level, from key level to the 5, whichever one's first, whatever. You know what I'm saying. All right, second bite at the apple, accomplished, right? So this break of purple, winner. We'll go ahead and throw the mask out again. I was a little early on the last one, but I mean, it had to do. We already knew what it had to do. We already knew exactly what it needed to do. It did everything it needed to do. A little retrace back to touch either purple, right? So it broke purple, retested purple, rejected purple. Also, it broke the teal, retested teal. But you can also see that I had some interest to the upside because it broke, retested, and rejected right here. If you're the type that likes to look for deeper structure, this is the deep structure setup. The single candle setups, maybe, sure, sometimes, but this is the deeper structure setup we like. Now we're coming up to 50-50 shortly. I'm just gonna clean up the chart just a bit. For this put scenario, the price had to test 56.76 and then break, retest, and reject underneath the lick box here. You see it? So all of this had to happen for the puts in the short term. In the longer term, this is another option for puts. But up until then, since we're in the downtrend, you need to be scalping these calls level by level, which is why I told everyone in the Discord, be careful on this initial break of yellow, because we're coming up to the 50-50. All right, so this is what I have written in the Discord. This is at, well, my time it says 10:34, so 13:34. It says, be careful on the break of this first yellow. Here's the first yellow. I said, be careful here, right? And then I go on to say, if it breaks. And then I said, the 50-50 is close. So that was at 30. No, I have to say it before then, right? Oh, okay, yeah. 34 right here. So we got to be careful here on this break because the 50-50 is close. So exactly on the break is when I put that in the Discord. Exactly on the break. 13:34 exactly. So when I'm saying the 50-50 is close, right? So if purple is our call entry and you have to be careful meaning expect all this. Be careful also means that don't expect to ride it off into the sunset. Be careful means that the 50-50 is right here. So if it wants to turn around, here's another point where it could turn around. That's what that means. So if you didn't know, now you know. Also, there was I guess you can call it a smaller 50-50, even though I didn't have the 50-50 here. I guess you could look at it like a smaller 50-50. So be careful, meaning watch out if it doesn't go, if they grab liquidity and then shoot down. I guess you can interpret it like that as well, but I literally had the 50-50 here, so I had a bullseye right here. So if I didn't have this, I can understand how some might interpret it the latter, what I just said, how maybe it's a be careful here because it could push down right here. I can understand that. But the only reason that I'll be like, but wait a minute, I literally have it drawn here, or I have it posted right here. That's the only thing that would negate that argument. So now we're coming up to it. So now we need to figure it out. If you took this purple, you need to start figuring out your life now. This initial, or if you're in the Discord and you took this yellow, you need to start figuring out your life, because we're coming up to whatever this key level is here, 58.64. Yeah. Alexis, to answer your question, both puts and calls are always in play. We just have to wait for the setup to understand which one is most likely to bear some fruit. So puts and calls both are always in play. we're just trying to figure out which one would be most advantageous. Let me read the last part of your question again. At this point, y'all are scaling out calls. So at this point here, you know, everyone's going to take their own risk. I don't know what risk people are taking, but our entry was on the break of this purple. Our entry was on the break of this yellow. If they want some type of safety, they got to be up here. If they're taking this yellow here, you got to scalp this because we're in the downtrend. So if they're taking this one, you got to scalp it. If we get up here, maybe let it run a little bit. That's why I have this yellow right up here. Now, I don't know this is going to be here. I'm just being preemptive. I'm giving an example of what we're looking for quote unquote safety calls. We want to see what they do at this teal up here. I mean, this would be an important level. We need to see what they're doing up here. Chopping up. Okay. Yeah, I guess it's choppy in up direction. Sure, I see that. This red hammer candle is coming. Maybe. Alexis, are you guessing? Are you guessing, Alexis? Why don't we just let the charts tell us? We don't need to guess. We don't have to guess here. It's just, you know. Oh, Vac. Yeah, the disclaimer's got to be up there, bud. You got to join the Discord if you want to see the full chart. Oh, you're saying this hammer candle, this red hammer candle, you're saying this hammer candle will produce some more upside? What level is teal? It's slightly off of the 5 and the 1 minute are slightly different. VAC. You don't have to in the Discord. You don't have to worry about it. It's all there. Let this volatility settle out. They're bouncing between these two teals. Let it all settle out. Alexa says that the Dow Jones QQQ is selling off. Currently in puts. Okay, good luck. Maybe on SPY, they may want to grab liquidity from somewhere. We just got to figure out where they want to grab liquidity from. It's going to be very hard to day trade when your focus is on so many other charts. You guys are looking at Dow, you're looking at crude, you're looking at what else? Dow Jones, QQQ, crude. I get it. It's a good indicator. But if you're day trading, it's just wait for the chart to tell you. Whatever chart you're on, we'll tell you exactly what you need to know. Sometimes when you're looking at too many charts or too many indicators or too many whatever, it'll give you analysis paralysis. SPY is pretty much right back at market open. We're like cents away from market open, 17 cents away from market open. Yeah, today's it got choppy at the end. Turned into a choppy poppy. Can't even pronounce that. I can't even pronounce that. How'd you even get that little symbol above your N? That's cool. I want to get those symbols. All right, cool. I'm gonna go to Google search now. Oh man, this is slow. Not doing anything. Bring up the chart just a bit. All right, I'm gonna set some alerts. I'm gonna have one here on this teal. I'm gonna have one. All right, I got alerts on the orange and on the teal. So if we break above teal, I'm gonna look for calls. If we break orange, I'm gonna look for puts. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna step aside. I'm gonna let this play out. I'm not gonna sit here and stare at the candles. There's no entry until we get above this teal or we start testing this orange. That's the answer. Also, if you're in 0 DTE, theta is gonna start kicking in any minute now. Theta is gonna, it's already kicking in. So you guys need to figure out what you want to do with your contracts. Theta is kicking in. So I could do that better. I can't do that better. I could not do it better. Now, Alexis, I know you're in puts, but you need to start thinking about, you got theta kicking in. If this move doesn't happen soon, that contract's going to expire worthless, and it's going against you right now. You should really start thinking about, you know, what you want to do. We're coming up to this key level that was very important for us. right, key level hit. I know you're in puts, but you really need to start thinking about it's getting close to the end of the day now. The day's getting long in the tooth, as they say. But this key level is hit, so now we need to see what they want to do here, right? Now we need to see what they want to do. Right to our key level. Exactly to our key level on the 5. This is what we wanted to hit from yellow to this. Now you need to figure out your life. If you're still holding from yellow, now you need to figure out your life. All right, we're at 50-50. We broke purple. Now, after purple, remember, the next level is 59.60. After that, we got to look at the 5. I could have swore I set an alert on this teal right here. I could have swore I set an alert right on this teal. And then I did the 2 oranges. What the heck? What the damn? You're selling your puts at a good point? Okay. Alexis, I'm talking to you as a friend now. I'm just being honest with you. I think you need to join this Discord. Just saying. Just saying. I think it would be advantageous for you to join the Discord because I don't think the guessing game is working anymore. I mean, essentially you got a 50-50 shot on every guess, but you know, we like higher odds, right? So break a purple, right to key level. Easy money. Easy money. Break a purple to key level. This is from 58.79 to 59.60. This is good money right here. And if you stick around for a little bit, I'm actually gonna share my entire screen. I'm gonna share the entire computer just a little bit. Give me a second. I should let the whole day play out before I do it. I'll let the whole day play out, just in case. So look, from purple right to key level. We saw this wedge forming. Easy money. Easy money. Now let them figure out what they want to do here, right? Because we knew it's going to get hostile here. We also know that this is the top of this lick box. Top of the lick box right here. Top of the lick box, back on key level. All right, let them figure it out now. Ah, damn it. God damn it. Solitaire. That, you know what, dude? That's happened to me so many times where I already had whatever selected, and then I mean to buy something else, and I buy the wrong thing. That's happened to me so many times, man. All right, here comes the volatility. Let's see how this candle ends up. This is gonna be, yeah, let's see how it ends up. Oh, don't do that. Stop that. I wanna grab this. I'm gonna put this back to regular, just so. There. All right, we just started this candle here. I am positive this stopped out a lot of people. I'm positive this stopped out a lot of people. All right, they're getting crazy now. Now they're getting crazy. If you're using Webull, this is for you, Solitaire. I don't know if you are, but if you're using Webull, sometimes what happens is, if you don't, like, if let's say you were waiting for calls and you hit calls, and then you go back to your chart, some time goes by, and then if it highlights and it shows you the contract price, even if you hit puts, you know, if you have the side-by-side calls and puts on the side-by-side, even if you hit puts, sometimes it won't initiate your put, and you'll have to click another contract and then click on the contract you want before it'll highlight puts again. So what I do is I have them in separate columns. I mean they're already in separate columns. I use the drop down to either choose call or put, so I don't make that mistake anymore. I don't know if you're using Webull or what your brokerage is, but maybe try that out. What I'm saying is, instead of having the side-by-side call put, make them all one. So you have to choose put and you have to choose call. just that extra layer. And I know, you know, sometimes we don't want to waste that time, but it's probably worth the wait. It's probably worth it. And Webull specifically, again, I'll have one selected and it'll highlight buy, meaning it's ready to buy, but maybe I'm not ready to buy yet. So I'll give it a second. I'll wait for whatever needs to happen. The other thing will happen. And then when I go and hit put buy, it won't select put. I'll have to click off of it, click, and then I'll have to select another contract. In other words, I have to select two contracts before it'll highlight, before buy will light up again. So be careful with that if you're using Webull. Another way around it is just to put the columns so they're not on the same screen. Make it the drop down so you have to either choose puts or choose calls. That'll help a lot. But look, we're late in the day, so if a lot of movement doesn't happen from here, it's gonna start eating up your contract anyway. Or you need to have a higher theta. I want to see if this wick can get us at least back up to the second bite at the apple or the 5. We got about a minute A little over a minute on this candle. Now, Alexis, I don't know if you're still in puts, but you really need to start thinking about what you want to do. Because either way, the contract's just losing value if you're 0 DTE. You know, maybe it's going to hit the 5 and or grab liquidity from here and head down, maybe, but you know, then we got to figure how far down can it go before you actually start to, and how fast is it going to go, because you got to worry about delta, right? The further away your delta is going, also the slower your contract's gaining value, and the more theta kicks in, the faster your contract's losing value. So a couple things you need to consider. I don't know if you're still in puts, but you know, I think you need to figure out what you want to do. And I know it may seem like 150 bucks is a lot of money to try to do this stuff, to learn and take time and paper trade and all that, but it might be worth it at this point. It might be worth it, because taking losses like this for no reason, you know, on a guess, in my opinion, you know, that's a guess. And it could be a good guess, but at this point in time here, this is a guess. A lot needed to happen for puts to be a thing. A lot needed to happen for more puts. From this point here, right? From here, maybe, we'll see. Because we're at the liquidity level right here, and we have the 5 right here. But down here, this is the middle of the water. And then at the end of the day, whoever's sticking around, specifically on YouTube and everywhere else, on YouTube specifically, I'm gonna share my screen. Not just this app, or not just TradingView. I'm gonna share my screen. I'm gonna show you guys something very interesting. But let me let it play out first. So when I cautioned everyone around, I don't know, I'm not sure, somewhere around here, when everyone was talking about QQQ selling off, oil selling off, the Dow selling off, I cautioned you, okay, why don't we just let the charts tell us? Let's let the chart that we're using, let them tell us when. Because if you're trying to go off of another chart, I get it, it can be an indicator. It can be a good indication, but I think waiting for some type of confirmation probably would have been the best bet. Oh, I get it, Solitaire. My bad. On Robinhood, are you able to, like, I don't know how it works exactly on Robinhood. I don't know if you're on. Oh, he left. Gosh darn it. Yeah, I was gonna say Robinhood's gonna be difficult to, if you're using like the phone. If you're using the phone and you can't slide your stops, or you know, if you have to type in the number or something like that, it's gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard. I know people do it, but you gotta be able to hold like no one's business, and then you need to be able to like flatten or whatever. I don't know what options you guys have on there, but it's probably not optimal for doing what we're doing, brother. I gotta let Solitaire know. Yeah, when you have the ability to slide the stop nice and easy, it's way way more chill. I don't know how people do it. People do it. You know, I have people trading from their 9 to 5. People are trading from their 9 to 5 on their phone. But sometimes it's advantageous because they're not able to move the stop that quick, that by the time they get a chance to, they're in profit. So before they stop themselves out for a loss, they're in profit. Again, Alexis, I don't know if you're still here watching, but you know, we got a little over an hour left. You need to start thinking about what you want to do with those put contracts. Because in any event, they're losing value. Either way, they're losing value. So you need to really start thinking about it at this point with an hour left. Because that theta curve, it's gonna start to hook. When I'm saying hook, okay, yeah. That theta curve is gonna start to hook right now. Like right now. So you need to hope for a liquidity grab from 59.60, and then you know maybe under here you'd be safe, but this is going to take a lot to get down here. Yeah, we have the annoying grind in a certain direction. And then you can see the stop hunts. One right here. One right here. This is when they slap people in the face and keep going. Slapped in the face, keep going. Slapped in the face, keep going. You know, if this wick, if this doesn't get us at least back to second bite of the apple, I'll be very surprised. I'll be very surprised. But now that I've seen one 5-minute candle go 20 points, I've seen it all. So nothing's impossible. Nothing's impossible in the stock market. One candle in 5 minutes went 20 points in pre-market. I've never seen it, or maybe I haven't paid attention, or I don't remember seeing it, but that's pretty significant. Paula, I'm gonna answer your question. Let me read it out loud. Given theta decay, is it even worth it to trade after 3 p.m.? Generally speaking, what signs would indicate that it's worth sticking around? Not necessarily for today, but in general. Okay, so if you decide to stick around, you need to see some type of you get some type of confirmation, right? Maybe a break and a retest of a certain level. Maybe it could be you see a pattern playing out and you see the price action moving. If you see price action moving, maybe you can stick around. Now, in order to play that properly after 3 p.m., you need to have a higher delta. Or your contracts need to be beyond 0 DTE, right? At least you got to go 1 day, 2 days. But now you're taking on more risk. So if you're sticking around playing the game, and let's say you want to look for, like for example, this 58, 59, this whatever reason I have this highlighted, right? A break, a retest, and a reject. If you see the break and the retest, and then you see this candle, maybe you can think, hey, I can get something out of this. I can get something out of this. Now you'd have to be Johnny on the spot to get in on the bottom or somewhere on the bottom. This would have been difficult. But let's say that did happen. Then what you could do is buy a high delta contract. You get a high delta contract, so any movement in your favor would be, you'd be gain, you can kind of stave off theta. $57, $56. Yeah, they're just slapping in the face and continuing on. Yeah. That's why on our 5-minute chart, we have very specific criteria for puts. Very specific. Now, you know, a lot of people may think, but if you think puts here, hold on, give me a second. If you think puts here, let's say around 1405, and you're already putting this down here, well, why not just get in now? The reason why is because a lot, give me 1 second. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, no problem, Paula. So let me give you an idea of why. So put my work for small move. 660. Sure. A lot of things could work. But the way I like to do it, just let me finish explaining what I was going to say. Look, let's say around here, I put this thick orange line, meaning we're buying puts underneath orange. A lot needs to happen from 14 to this orange line for the put scenario for us. A lot needs to happen. And I get it. Like, a lot of people don't want to wait this amount of time. But this is why we're not going to get 100% of the move, but we'll get something out of it. That's why I always say we're not going to get 100%. It's very rare that someone gets 100%. I don't care who you are, the best trader in the world. I never get 100% of any move. Rarely have I gotten 100%. And then 100% depending on what time frame, you know. How long were you waiting for? What was your take profit, or, you know, whatever it is. But in general, we're not going to get 100%. We got to be okay with getting something. And it's the getting something is what can build the account. You take your base hits and then you grow the account from there. But sellers are stepping in all day, and the call scalpers are also in it. The sharp decline is possible after a certain time. Maybe after hours, right? Maybe after hours is when they want to move it. Who knows? But what I'm trying to say is certain things need to happen first. And if those things don't happen, then we're just guessing. Now, if those things happen and it doesn't work, then at least we had a strategy, we had a plan, we had a reasonable stop, things like this. But until those certain things happen, and I know it's a long way away. It's a long way away to this orange. I get it. Especially now. So now, I wouldn't even be concerned with puts at all because it's too far away. But certain things needed to happen. The first thing that needed to happen was the break of our purple. the break of our purple, the break of our purple. So as soon as we see break of purple, this is telling us something. This is telling us something. And then I had drawn out the wedge right here. And then we broke above. This is telling us something. And then we got to the break of this purple. I announced very clearly, we just broke the purple. We're at key level. Figure out your life. So it's always the same pattern. So once you understand the patterns, it gets a lot easier. There was whales buying puts timeout. There was whales buying puts timeout. Okay. Earlier they lost level, but yeah, there was whales buying puts timeout. I'm not sure what puts timeout mean, but if they want to raise the price, they might want to get them out of the way in the range. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. See, now, this is just my opinion. I could be wrong. But I think a lot of us, me included, I still do it. This is just a suggestion. I'm not saying it's 100% right. If I were you, instead of trying to get in the psychology of whales are doing this, so-and-so's doing that, we're the small minnow in the pond. So our thoughts and our feelings and our bias doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Whatever we think is happening, because the truth is, we don't know that if at the 5, there's someone that decides, you know what? Now's the time to buy a shit ton of calls. We don't know that. So because there's that uncertainty, the only thing, in my opinion, that we can rely on is allowing the price action to tell us what, where the momentum's going. That's, in my opinion, this is the only way to day trade. We need to figure out where the momentum's going, and it's not going to be 1 or 2, 3 minute moves. A lot of times it's 10, 15, 20, 25 minutes. This one you can see it's probably been from the break of this original purple where I put this, look at this arrow. This is our entry, right? This arrow, this green arrow means our entry for calls. At 1333, it's 1506 now. So an hour and a half you would have had to wait to get, any type of value out of this. But what I'm trying to say is, instead of you trying to guess and trying to get in the psychology of whales and bears and bulls and all this, none of that really matters, because the price action is going to tell us who won the order battle, whose order was more than the other, right? Because the stock market, they're going to hold a certain amount of orders. Once a certain price is met, then the stock market's going to say is, okay, I'm at this level. Are there more put orders or more call orders? If there's more call orders, the price is going to go in an upward direction. So we won't know that until we see the price settle out around a specific area. Whenever it settles out and gives us momentum in that direction or momentum in another direction, then we'll know. But by then you may think, well, it's too late now. If you're trying to get 100% of the move, if you're trying to call the top on trying to call the top, trying to call the bottom, it's also not going to work. It's never going to work. Okay, let me not say never, but I think that's the risky play. Trying to call the top, trying to call the bottom. Well, it's got to go down from here. Well, it's got to go up from here. I think everybody, myself included, because I get sucked into it too sometimes, we need to get away from that. We need to let the price action tell us, and we need to allow a certain range, a certain margin of error, which is, you know, what we call a stop loss. We need to allow a certain range, a certain margin of error to understand if the liquidity is taking us to the upside or the downside. So in my estimation, we'll know when we get down here that everybody from here got stopped out on this 50-50. But it needs to be, let me see what the 50-50 is. All right, 58.92. All right, 58.92, that's right here. So the only way I will know that everyone up here got stopped out is once we get down here, right? And that's a long way to, and I get it, that's a long way to wait. But it just has to be like, not, it doesn't have to be like that, but it's our best bet. In my opinion, it's our best bet. I need to know that everyone up here got stopped out. That's what I need to know. I need to know that these people got stopped out. I need to know that these people got stopped out. And then once these people get stopped out, I'll probably, you know, go level by level from here. But I have to know, you know, these people got stopped out. Until you know that, you're guessing. And then the other thing we have to contend with is the higher time frame. On a higher time frame, what does it look like? We're using the 5, the 1, the 5, the 30 minute chart. So we have to take a lot into consideration. And if you're here watching me, you have to understand that I've already thought of everything you're thinking of. Everything you're thinking of, I've already been there, done that, thought it. And so you just have to put a little bit of trust in me. You don't have to, because I know I'm just a voice on the other end of the screen and you don't know what I look like or what I am like in real life, but I have a pretty good record, pretty good track record. All you can rely on is the data that I provide daily, every day. Let's see if they're forming secondary liquidity here. And then for the call scenario, way up here, I get it. But at minimum, it had to be up here because we know that this is the lick box in here. So this is going to be chop in here because this is just a liquidity box. And if you're buying inside the liquidity box, that means you're okay with the price. You're okay with buying and selling with everyone else in here. You're okay with that. If we get below, that means all this liquidity is probably stopped out. If we get above, that means all this liquidity is probably stopped out. So when you're inside the lick box, it's that's what you're contending with. Now we'll know that this 50-50 is going to hit probably somewhere down here. That's just the way it works. So this was a 50-50 around this level. Otherwise, if we start building above 58, 59, if we make this support, then we got to look the other way. Give me 1 second, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. All right, we got about 45 minutes left in the session. We had a break of teal right here. If you're in this break of teal, if you took this break of teal, you need to chase this.
Rage on that beat, going crazy.
And I think we're back in market open. BAC, if you stick around for a little bit longer, I want to wait till the session ends. I want to show everyone. I'm going to screen capture my entire computer, and then I want to show everyone inside the Discord. If you stay around for a little tiny bit, I want to show you something interesting. I want to wait till after the stream because I've never switched the displays like that in the middle. I never switched the displays in the middle, so I don't want to like cut it off by accident. So it's got to be a little bit patient. We'll see. We got about 3 minutes on this candle. Does everyone see why I have the call? It had to be up here. Not that it has to be, but our best bet is going to be somewhere up here. That's just what it is. This green means something. 61. So the green I have at 61.10, which would have been somewhere right here. So this would have been our best option for a call scenario right here, 61.10. Okay. Our best option for a put somewhere over here. Which means that there was a no man's land right here. Also, we have to remember, Alexis, if you stick around for a little bit, I'm gonna try to show my entire computer. I want everyone to see what I'm gonna show everyone, and it's not gonna be anything weird. Don't worry. It's gonna be stock related, I promise. But we saw a no man's land here. If you're holding on to those puts, now I mean you really need to start. You got 30 minutes left. You got 30 minutes and you need a lot of movement to happen. A little more than 30 minutes. Yeah, stick around for a little bit and then I'll show you guys something. But this 50-50 flexion was here since about 13, somewhere around here. Somewhere around here, this has already been here. We had one here as well. So this was here a very long time ago. Very long time, at least 2 hours. This has been here for at least 2 hours. So when I'm telling everyone certain things need to happen, you know, it always works out like this. Not always, but always. It always does. And again, we knew we were going to be up against, from this purple, all we could ask for was this key level, because we knew we were going to be up against number 1, key level, and number 2, the 5. It's too much shakiness here. Now I have one of the members call this out exactly. I'm going to read his comment. I'm back. I see the downplay and I see the 50-50. Looks like going long off the 50-50 could be challenging with the MAs right there. And then I gave him a little handwriting emoji and a little nerd emoji. This is the analysis that I'm trying to impart onto everyone. We got to understand our risk. Once you understand the risk, it all gets way easier. It all gets way easier. Now, I can't say that. Trading stocks is difficult. Trading stocks involve risk. All right, 30 minutes left. Start to clean up those contracts. Figure out what you want to do. I think we're back at market open. We're right under market open. So the stock market moved nowhere today. Those last 10 minutes is probably going to have some interesting stuff happening. Okay, I'm here. I'm just going to be quiet off to the side. We're going to let this play out. He says it's not healthy. VAC says this sideways is not healthy, man. Hold on, let me show you something. VAC, what sideways do you mean? We call this 50-50. We call this downtrend 2 hours ago, brother. Almost 3 hours ago. Almost 3 hours ago, this has been on here. The call scenario was up here. The call scenario was up here. So all the information's already been on here, man. But the sideways is not healthy. That's funny. I like that. You know what? I'm actually gonna steal that. I'm gonna use that. This is unhealthy price action. Look how they're bouncing off this orange right here, right? This orange has liquidity in it. That's all that's telling us. This orange has liquidity. So let's say you're looking for puts, right? If you're looking for puts and it's this late in the day, this needs to break and move. And then your delta, your delta has to be high. It has to be high. It needs to break and move, and your delta has to be high if you're playing at the end of the day like this. All right, almost 15 minutes left. What do we got? A little more than 15 minutes left. And be careful on the break of this purple. You got the teal right here. You got to measure risk to reward. We're also late as hell in the day. 13 minutes left. And then when in 3 minutes, that's the last 10 minutes. The last 10 minutes is going to get crazy. this call here in the 5 minutes. It's too late in the day to play the game. I think it's too late in the day to play the game. We'll see. It's like dead in the middle of the liquidity box too. All right, last 10 minutes. Let's see. All right, now we're bouncing on this orange. Four minutes on the candle. Little under 3.5 minutes on the candle. All right, orange broke to key level. If you're in the play, you need to protect this trade. Remember, we like to see the dance, right? We like to see the dance. What's the dance? Down, up, down. Now look, this play was 3 hours in advance. This is 3 hours in advance. There's literally nothing more I can do. I've done my job today. This is 3 hours. This was since around here, 12:50 or something like that. Around here.
Rage on that beat, going crazy.
So besides being spot on, there's nothing more I can do. The break of orange for the win. I cautioned you on this yellow right here. Bottom of the lick box. 3 minutes on the candle. Don't worry about if you weren't able to execute. We do this every day. VAC, you can't have FOMO now. It's too late in the day for that. We already knew. We already knew exactly what needed to happen and where. And damn near when. This is no surprise. Two and a half minutes on the candle. And then after this, I'm gonna do the screen share. I want to show you guys something. And then the Discord, you're gonna already have it because I'm just gonna show inside the Discord for a second. But you're only gonna be able to see the trading view if you're in the Discord. And then I don't even know if it's gonna work on YouTube. We're gonna try. I don't see why it wouldn't, but we're gonna try. Look at this play. Look at this play. The call scenario had to be up here. Had to be up here. Look at this. Look how beautiful this is. I'm telling you, there's no one else on the internet doing this. It doesn't exist. It does not exist. Show me where. I'd love to see it. I need to join their Discord if it's happening. Look at this. Come on now. Come on now. Two minutes left. Break of orange. I cautioned against, I don't even know why this one's highlighted, but I'll leave it. We were able to, on the 1 minute, to identify the secondary liquidity on the 1 minute. If you took this blue on the 1 minute, you're welcome. Now we're almost to the bottom of the of this line here, so we'll see what they do on the bottom of this line. Okay, I just been doing a lot of talking and it was on mute. Anyways, look. This was absolute perfection. I don't know what you guys heard last, but this was absolute perfection, right? It doesn't get any better than this. Anyways, I'm going to try to do the thing. I'm going to try to share the screen right now. I want to show everyone what I've been talking about. So let's look what's happening here, right? Now, let me try to share the screen. On Discord, you're not going to be able to see it. Well, you already have it, so, but look, all the music and everything's gonna cut off right now. All right, here, watch. Let's see if it works. And everyone's gonna see my screen. Let me see if it worked. Hold on. All right, cool. Now watch. I'm gonna go into the Discord. Now, this was my analysis from this morning, okay? This is my analysis. Look at the date. Look at the time. This morning. I already put this here. Okay? So if we go to chop between the 5 and the 200, let's click on it. Look what's happening. You see how it's like trending down in the chop, trending down? All right, now let's see what happened in real life. Look at this. You see the chop between the 200 and the 5? Do you see it trending down? Watch. Does everyone see that? If this hasn't impressed you by now, I have a video, the last video that I just put out. I think I put it out yesterday. Not the short, the actual, it's like a 5-minute video or 4-minute video, something like that. Go look at that one. It'll explain everything. What I'm trying to say is, before the market opened, we already knew what was going to happen. Before the market opened, we already knew what was going to happen. This is pre-market. This is real life. Pre-market, real life. Thank you, VAC. Pretty good. I think it's pretty good. I think it's pretty good. Yeah, I think it's pretty good. Yeah. So if this hasn't impressed you, if you don't understand that we got something special here, if this has done nothing, look at the difference between, keep in mind, in the morning, I'm freehand drawing this, but I want you to see, look how it gets underneath. I mean, it's just so perfect. It's just too perfect. So if you're sitting there trying to figure out if you should join, yeah, I think it's pretty obvious. Oh wait, someone else has joined? Hold on, I want to show the new person that just showed up. Watch, I'm gonna share this screen. They just left. I'm gonna share the screen again. This is pre-market. This is before the market opened. Before the market opened. I'm in Pacific time, by the way. This is, look at the date, look at the time. Chop between the 5 MA. This is what I drew. In the morning, before the market opened, 30 minutes, something like that. This is real price action. You see the 200, you see the 5, you see the chop. This is absolute perfection. So if you're still confused, if you still don't know what you should be doing with your life, then I don't know what to tell you. You need to figure it out. But anyways, we had a very good session. I'm going to take some time. I can borrow the chart now. It doesn't matter. Let me go over some of the wins. We could add this one right here. All right, so we identified orange for our put scenario. We had an orange here. We had an orange here. We identified yellow for the call scenario. We had our yellow here. We had a 50-50 on our 1 minute showing the longer term trend. So this is a 50-50. This longer term trend, this is hours in advance. This has been, if you've been watching, you know this has been here for literally 3 hours. Right? You see the flexion point where it is? Look where the price turned around. right here. And it went right to the end of my arrow. This is absolute perfection. How did I know that was going to happen? Because I had a trading plan. I had a trading plan that told me exactly what to expect. There's no surprise here. Everyone already knew. If you're interested in learning how to trade with us, go to livespytrading.com. I'm going to get you sorted out. I will get you sorted out. It's not a matter of if, but when. I'm telling you, there's nothing more I can do but show you the evidence right in front of your face. And if you're still confused, then trading isn't for you. If you're still confused, there's a lot of things that's not for you. Other than perfection, I don't know what else to do. But I did my job today. And I think we had a pretty good session. These were the setups. Really quick again. The put scenario here, call scenario here. I cautioned against the call over here. And we had our, the put was actually on the break of our orange. I cautioned against the call here on the yellow because it was yellow. I cautioned against it here for a very specific reason. The reason is because we already had our trading plan. We already knew what the trading plan was going to look like. Okay? So that's the answer. Here, I'll do this. I'll show you really quick. Let me go back into the screen share. This is from, I'm going to go into the trade chat. This is the video. If you think that was just, I got lucky today and that was luck, watch this video. It's only like 4 minutes or something like that. Watch this video on YouTube. Go here, watch this video. You'll see it for yourself. There is no accidents here. We already know what to expect and when. All right, so we had a good session. I'm gonna borrow this chart and then I'm gonna get out of here. YouTube, it's been a pleasure. You have a good day. Goodbye.